Happy Friday, first Friday in August. How's everybody feeling? Hopefully you can hear me.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you, sir?
Fantastic, man. Sun's shining, Amazon's cranking, Apple's shitting. Let's freaking go.
Hey, another day, couple dollars, one way or the other.
One way or another, yeah. Yeah, I think we called Amazon pretty spot on. AWS up. I think they're gonna give NVIDIA a little competition. Apple, the big news, iPhone sales down.
Yeah.
Do we see that trend continue, do you think? Do you think the days of people running out to get that new iPhone, and not just from a product standard, do you think that we've reached kind of a technological plateau where the need for a new cell phone may not be there every year?
I mean, I definitely see that. Good morning to everybody. By the way, good morning. I see what you're saying, and I see what you're going with. I'm kind of both ways here. I just bought two brand new phones about 2 months ago, but before that, I probably changed my phone I changed my number and stuff like that, but I probably changed my actual phone every 2 years.
I guess AI, I guess if Apple drops some kind of, and that's the other thing. Now, you know better than me, because when this AI craze started hitting, you were one of the ones that said a lot of this stuff has been available on Apple phones for years.
Right.
As far as,
that was just something that immediately came out to me. It was like, oh, that's Siri. Okay, cool. Whatever, dude.
July unemployment rate, 3.5%.
Oh, good. That's going to be beautiful.
So again, guys,
let's go.
Not a math major here by any means.
Oh, this one's going to be good. Wait.
62% labor participation. So
yep.
out of 100% of people who are able-bodied to work,
right,
62% of them are working, but yet only 3.5% are unemployed. So you've got another 35% of people who are just
self-employed.
But even that, self-employed, they would still have to report. They would still have to report an income and pay taxes, making them employed.
Fair. Well, no, they're not. They wouldn't be employed at that point.
62.6% labor force participation rate.
Oh, that means Mitch McConnell. Hey, look, dude. Mitch McConnell, good morning, has already gone and confirmed on our thumbnail that bird in the hand's worth two in the bush.
Oh, and there you go. June payrolls. I love these revisions. June payrolls revised to 185,000, down from the 209,000 number that they gave us. How are they so wrong? How are they so wrong about this? This isn't an opinion. It's not like, hey, CNBC, how many jobs do you think were created last month? No, they have numbers, and then they just fucking lie to us. And then a month later, oh yeah, we were wrong, we were off by 24,000. But when you're only talking about 185,000, 24,000 is a big deal to be off. Show of hands, who has a job that you could fuck up that bad at, and your boss would be like, don't even worry about it. You corrected it a month later.
This guy right here, I can do that. Good morning, Arte. How's everybody doing? Good morning, Germ Corp. Good morning, GTA.
So July non-farm payrolls came in at 13,000 less than expected. 187,000 versus 200,000 estimate.
Oh, good, because the market's about to fucking pull up and just dunk on it right now.
And another thing on that, not to get political, but why do farmers get shit on? Why does it got to be non-farm payrolls? Why can't we include the farmers in these payrolls?
I mean, fuck them. I'm biased.
For too long, farmers have got shit on. Why can't we include them in those?
No, this is not your platform, sir. There's no way in hell we're going to start
it. And they were just like, next month we're going to do it non-fast food worker payrolls or non any other sector payrolls. I get that there was a time that it made sense because farms were run differently.
Are we doing that? Shit, I didn't think about that.
Oh, look at that, Arctic Fox. Finally, Amazon you've had since the split is up 12%. That's it, man. That's we talk about the 5 P's around here: proper preparation, prevent poor performance. But I'll tell you what, patience is the 6th P. And Arctic Fox, you have that, my friend. CVS Frog, good morning. Just Joe, what's poppin'? What's poppin'? So what you got eyes on today? How you feeling? You think do we have any? I think if anything, we get a positive result to these numbers.
I just want to suck my own dick real quick for just 1 second, one quick jiffy.
Fubo. There was an internet rumor back in the day that Marilyn Manson had one of his ribs removed to be able to do that. Turns out that was not true.
You don't even need to remove the ribs, son. Let's get it. Fubo. That thing has moved 16% since I talked to you about it yesterday. 20.
Well, and if you remember the conversation we had on Monday morning, me and you, about that, where we both kind of agreed on it. I said what was good for them and for Amazon. It didn't really play into Amazon's earnings much, but was the Amazon acquiring Dish Network. And remember what I told you? I said it's one of those companies that people buy just to get rid of it because it's so shitty. And companies like Fubo and others that provide basically the same service without the equipment. You know, Fubo, you don't need a dish on your house. You don't need any of that bullshit. So I think that's probably playing into that a tiny bit.
Probably. Yeah, no, so we have a lot of positions that we've started or that we were in, that we got in yesterday. Just to go and kind of recap, we still have the Tesla 262.5 calls. We held them into today like an absolute savage. We were in those at 78 yesterday, and then we averaged down to 74, I think, a contract. Those are those closed at 139, and Tesla is up almost a percent. So those should be close to catching some intrinsic value here shortly, hopefully. We have Lucid 7.5s, but I didn't really think this was going to happen. But if it does decide to get over the $7 mark, it's pretty much liable to go anywhere. I have SPY puts for 447 on the 7th, which would be Monday. I had $95 Amazon calls. I have Netflix. Oh yeah, I forgot. Where the fuck is that dog shit? Where's Netflix at today? Probably through the roof, right?
Oh, I think Netflix is another one that benefits from that Dish Network.
Dude. I mean, I can see it, but like, I don't know. I feel like Amazon's gonna shit the bed because of.
Well, see, with Netflix, I think Netflix is making a fatal mistake right now because if you follow Netflix, they're still promoting some of their bigger series kind of misleadingly. So they're still promoting the next season of Stranger Things. That's been shut down since the writer's strike started, not even the actor's strike. So they haven't, at least with companies like Disney, who I'm not a big fan of, but at least they were kind of forthcoming. They shut down production on a couple big Marvel movies, and they kind of put that out there. We've seen a negative reaction. Netflix hasn't done that yet. Netflix is still kind of putting the facade out there that, don't even worry about this, guys. Oh, George Clooney just gave a couple $1 million to the fund. Everything's good now. Don't even worry about it.
Right. No, I mean, I think the overall market right now is a lot stronger than people give it credit for right now. But I'm definitely not like you're not feeling like, oh yeah, everything's fine here. You're starting to get antsy. What I need is Netflix. By the way, we bought Netflix in a perfect area, by the way. We were buying it anything that basically moved over that 440. We took an absolute YOLO and went after the 422 and a halves that ended up going and getting up 122% at close. Let's see what they're up almost a 1/4%. So I wonder if those are going to get just shit on right at open. Amazon right here is just doing shit that like is just not appealing to me right now. I still
this
think
is a pretty crazy number right here. Sorry to cut you off. Apple Services reaches all-time paid subscription number with 1 billion subscribers.
What did you just say?
Apple Services subscription just hit an all-time high of number of paid subscribers at 1 billion. 1 billion paid subscribers on the Apple network. Good morning, Miss Gina. Great to see you.
Morning. Yeah, so we picked up those Amazons for 40 a contract. Those closed at 88. We took Tesla. We just took a bunch of random shit, random Tesla calls yesterday at 297.5 for next week. And also 275s. We have a shitload of 275s because that's where I rolled everything. I also have the 350 Fubo calls, the Qualcomm 119s. Those 119s have gone above, have filled twice since they were 100%. We also have Netflix 400 puts for next week. And those are also up 52%. We picked them up at 53 a contract yesterday, and they closed at 81. We're gonna have to go and be smart about where we get out of these and how quick we do, because they're in a couple of weird little places. But if I had to guess about what is about to happen, and it's just me being an asshole, right? Like, I'm waking up, putting my shoes on like everybody else, and thinking, all right, grab your ankles. How am I gonna fuck me today? And the way that I would do it is I would create so much fear prior to going into the market with tanking fucking tanking Apple and Amazon going to the upside by like 9%. Well, what happens if they completely reverse and do the exact opposite, and Apple comes off the bottom, goes back to 190, Amazon goes back to 130, 125, off of the fact that something, I don't know, whether it's a fucking bad piece of news or some kind of legislation, like whatever it is. But I'm looking at both of these, and I'm looking at Apple needing to recover, having the ability to bounce from a very, very long, I don't remember where it was, but yeah, there it is. Like this is a pullback into support. Granted, it could give you a couple more dollars, but I don't see a problem if Apple decides to go and hold like that 182.50 area. If this just wicks down and does not want to even clear 184.98, I'm still good on Apple. I'd take it to the upside, and I'm going to be playing to the top side of Apple here shortly. Basically buying a dip. Nikola is also down 10%. Yes, I'm glad you guys said that. The Nikola's getting absolutely fucking toasted, and
I think they approved,
not in the way that you think. They're getting absolutely burned through when it comes to volume. They are absolutely trucking that fucking stock. And I mean, in an unreal, almost in an unhealthy way. You get a fluctuation in a stock price that it did yesterday. 10%, not that big of a deal. But definitely need to start holding those,
I'm pretty sure they approved. They're raising some money. Double check that.
Me too. I've had a few Chardonnays. What of it?
Bree, that Kramer shit you sent me is friggin' phenomenal. Thank you.
What's his fucking deal?
He's wilding out. I'll send you the link.
Markets are trending.
CEO stepped down too. Nikola's. Fourth CEO in 4 years. Ooh.
That's probably going to make the market go far. It's going to probably fly because GTA was saying something the other day about MCOM doing the same shit, where MCOM went and got a brand new CEO, or the CEO resigned, and he was making a joke about it. That's actually just something I remember. I don't know why I do, but it was because of the run up on MCOM was because he resigned. Something like that.
Up is good, bad is down. Yellow's up another 13% in the pre-market.
Oh, is it?
This thing has Bed Bath & Beyond written all over it.
Yes, it does.
Same thing with Tupperware. Tupperware jumps as debt restructuring deal fuels retail frenzy. It's almost like we've heard that before.
Oh, I've been here a few times.
All this debt restructuring, I get it. If anybody's lived in debt, you may have restructured it before, but it doesn't go away. They put out this news these people just restructure and then the money they don't have to pay it. Oh, they eliminated $1 billion in debt by restructuring. How? How do I do that? And I understand from a personal point of view, sure. Okay, let's say you're 10 grand in debt, credit card debt, whatever. You could settle that for 45%, 50%, but it has drastic effects on you. It's not just hey guys, I was able to just get rid of my debt and everything's good. No, your credit score plummets. Now you will pay higher on everything that you do. So how do these big companies just do it?
Because it doesn't actually go to a personal entity or a personal credit score. It goes and stays within the EIN of the business.
Well, and how are you restructuring anything now with the interest rates the highest that they've been in fucking 30 years? How does that work?
What?
Okay, if you took a loan out or you accumulated debt anytime in the last 15 years and you want to restructure that debt, you're going to have to restructure it at a higher rate. It's not it's not like in 2020 where it was interest rates are almost negative. So if you refinance anything, you're going to make out. If you had, how many people refinance their homes at the beginning of this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
You can't do that now with interest rates the way that they are.
No, what was funny is Katie and I were just talking about this. There's a person down the street that bought their home for pennies, and then 4 years later, it's worth 4 times the amount of money than it was 3-4 years ago. Just in my neighborhood. Cat, that sounds awful. Oh my god. Where's TCAT going? This thing's getting its ass touched. Best I got for you on that one is 26 cents. Fubo's fucking feeling itself though. Broke up, looking good. Watch the market to pull back right here at open. I want to see us bank right off of on Tesla anyway. I want to see the 263.03 area. It might try to give us the rejection at what, like a 262.80 or some stupid shit. We're going to be taking some profit on Tesla for just the moment, and then watching, hopefully what my plan is to go here. If this wants to go to the upside in any way, shape, or form, like, I'm not going to fight it. Like, I already have positions to the upside. So all I want to do is I want to sell and pick up my profit. Watch this get rejected from right here. Even though they'll try to wick it up to 262.08, some stupid shit like that, I do not care. Even 262.89, I don't care. I want to go and get out at the most volatility I possibly can here, and then rebuy these right back at like what, 260.19 or some stupid shit. Like just hanging it where it wicks down for 2 seconds and then goes right back up to the top side. So with that being said, I think there's also we've continued to fail this area several times on the SQs of the $18 level. Also, I purchased $18 SQs yesterday. I believe Caesar did as well. We picked them up at 21 a contract, and those closed at 23. So those are going to be interesting to see where those decided to get to, because they're down 1.5%. Apple, Apple, I think, is going to just go and rip through the fucking sky. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know why, and I don't think that's financial advice. I just look at it as you may have fucked with the wrong one. Because nobody knows how to buy up a fucking Apple dip than Warren Buffett, who's been saying, fuck it, we'll just blow $1 billion here and there, fuck them, just like nonchalant and shit. Like, we don't know if it's gonna be 15 billion or like, what the fuck did he say, Am?
About what?
What did Warren Buffett say?
Buffett said, the only thing that credit downgrade means is, he said, I bought 10 billion in treasury notes last Monday. I bought 10 billion this Monday. And the only question is, will I buy 10 billion or 20 billion next week?
Right. So
he said, you got two shits about that credit downgrade.
Fuck no.
Well, and again, like I was telling you about it, is this is a 20-year in the making thing. This isn't them saying the economy or whatever is bad right now, so it's basically, if you read the report, it's our national debt went from like 30% of our GDP to 120%. Now it's down to 115% of our GDP. So understandable that he's not too concerned about it. Nikki D, what's up, Nikki D? Anyone holding Tupperware?
Arctic has probably been one of the longer holders, but I don't know what he did this morning. That being said, Tesla is doing that thing where I think it's going to try to come out a little strong. and then I think you're going to ultimately pull back. They're going to try to go and give you. I would like to see this hold the 260, but there is a possibility of like 260 to 256. So if you like to go and have this here, and you think that there's a possibility of upside, I cannot ignore the one thing that I can't fucking ignore here is that no matter what, Apple has been fucking smacked around overnight. And Apple does not like that typically. If Apple comes off of the bottom of 185 saying fuck you with any type of velocity to the upside, the market's gonna rip. Simply because of fucking Apple having a stronghold or a monopoly on what moves and what doesn't. I genuinely think that you're probably looking at Microsoft back down to like 300 or 320, but hopefully we can go and get it to come back to about 440, or excuse me, 340. But I think everything in the market right now has the ability to set up, either has been setting up or is set up or is getting ready to go. And if they all do it in synchronization, this could be a very, very interesting Friday.
Or it can do exactly what me and you talked about. Remember, I asked you a simple question the other day. Is there enough money for both of them to run?
Yes. And I don't think it's
or do we see them just middle off? Do we see by the end of the day, do we see Apple back around even, Amazon up 5% with the top 5% going back into Apple, bringing that back up?
20 seconds. No, I think you're right. I think the I think the market is definitely going to be reactionary. I would like to keep an eye on that correlation.
But I am going, guys. First Friday of August. Make it
ding, ding, ding.
Fabulous one.
Good luck,
everybody.
Good luck, everybody else.
Mr. Business. Good morning. Good morning, Nikki D. Good job. Got bailed out on those calls. That's a beautiful thing. All right, we got 37 jerk offs, and there may be a little person up there ringing the bell.
Nice.
Oh, Tiptree Inc. ringing the bell on the NASDAQ today. Tiptree Inc. And we are off and running with the Dow opening up about 0.25%. The S&P up 1/3%.
I just took profit on one of my Tesla calls. What are they? Oh, those 262s I just took profit on at 176. We were in at 73. Market is doing that little push to the top side. Now I'm going to go in
those gains. 140.90 on Amazon. Apple falling a little further, down 3.33%, 184.87 on Apple. Microsoft pushing up 2%. Google up over 1%. Nvidia up close to 2%. Meta up over 1%.
Teslas are ripping to 200. Those 260s they ripped to 200 and now they're coming back. Okay, that makes more sense.
And it looks like the dynamic of this July jobs report, I would say, came in weaker than expected. But I think this ties back into the Fed. I think this is probably fuel to say that another hike isn't coming. Now we don't have FOMC this month, and then you get Jackson Hole, I think, at the end of this month or the beginning of September, where they go do whatever with each other out in Wyoming or wherever, hang out, and then usually do something detrimental to the economy.
Okay.
So I'm going to say that's why the market's ripping on this, on a what I would say disappointing jobs report, and then throw into that the revision from the June jobs report. And if anything, I think it's it puts another rate hike probably on the back burner. Apple trying to bounce.
Yeah, boy.
Trying.
Fubo just got smacked in the lips. Tesla's trying to come to the upside, which is looking very good.
Nikola trying to bounce as well. Nikola up at 309.
Those SQ18 puts are good.
Tupperware. What are we up now? 46%, 515 on Tup. Yellow, YELL. That's another one going out of business sale, up 15%. Tesla starting to cook.
Yep.
262.75 roughly. Tesla up 1 1/3%.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to dip to get back in.
Microsoft cooking with grease too. Microsoft up over 2%. So really the only thing holding the market back at this point is Apple.
Right. So now what happens if you pull Slingshot back as far as you can?
Well, like I said, I think you're right about Apple making a recovery. I think where we have a little bit of different opinions is where the money that goes into Apple comes from. Because I think it's a rob Peter to pay Paul situation. I don't think there's fresh money out there that's not in, what are they calling them? The Magnificent Seven or the Great Seven or whatever fuck Kramer calls them shits. Those 7 big companies that pretty much account for 80% of the market gains this year. So I think money comes out of those. I just don't know where. Maybe Microsoft, maybe Meta.
Tesla's moving. I'm long on Apple right now at... Oh, you rat bitch. I want the 190s for... I want the 190 apples for next week. I just filled for 101.
Tesla going for that 2% gain, 264.42. And Tesla now up 2%. Amazon trying to crack that double-digit gain, 9.5% gains now for Tesla, 141.30. Yes, we talked about oil. Was that this week? Last week? Told you guys to keep an eye on that. Not just as far as stocks go, because it's a little bit of a mixed bag. So you had Oxy reporting bad earnings. And you may see that, but what I would look for is dips on any of those stocks. Pay attention at your gas pumps. If you watch, I don't know how it is for you guys. Gas over the last 10 days has gone up 40 cents here. Yeah, it's all fun and games, Arctic, until somebody loses an eye when dealing with rubber bands. I think those things should have been outlawed years ago. That's just me.
Fun killer, dude. I would like to sell
up 1,200% on those Tupperware calls. Well, I always say, Tupperware saves the day in many ways. Good stuff, Nikki. Good stuff. Hold on. I want to listen to this. I'll be right back. See what the White House responds to the jobs report. See what they got to say.
My options are already up 20%.
Okay, I heard enough. They just put a shill up there to bullshit us. Numbers are great. Yeah, it came in 15,000 less than you expected, but it's resilience, Enzo, is what it's showing. The resiliency of the market. 14 million jobs provided under this administration. New jobs, high-paying jobs, good jobs, jobs that'll save the world, climate change jobs, anti-inflationary climate change jobs.
Did you just make that word up?
I might as well have. Yeah, I think that's the general consensus, Nick, is that Apple goes green. So now you have kind of a little different outlook on it. You think money comes out of the meme stock, so you think that we see some plays like possibly Tupperware, Yellow. There's another squeeze play going on right now that's similar on some going out of business stuff. You think we'll see the money come out of that and go into Apple and prop the market back up? That's a good way to look at it. I could see that.
I just took more profit on Tesla.
We got the NASDAQ up full percent now. Almost up 0.9%. Just pulled back a little bit. The Dow up 0.43%. And the S&P up 0.58. That gap's getting a little closer, but everything's still pointing to upside. Oh, I got you, Nick. I got you. The meme, yeah, definitely. Yes, Nunya, safe travels today. Stay at Novena before you get on a plane. Stay away from imaginary, not real people when on a plane. We've all seen how that can work out. So then, in a sense, Nick, if I'm not mistaken, then I think you're kind of more agreeing with what I said earlier, where I think Apple rises, but I think that money comes out of the other big seven, big six, whatever. Heist going on in the chat, guys. Be sure to get on that heist. If you don't know how, just type exclamation point HEIST space and the number you would like to gamble. Get in on the fun now. Yeah, I got some thoughts on that lady GTA. We'll talk about that a little later.
Who's the hot one?
I don't know if she's hot or if she's just hot because you've seen her so many times. Can't really tell. Oh, hold on. I want to listen to her excuse for this 24,000 miscount. 1 second. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yo, Netflix is falling hard. Netflix is falling. Palantir's red, Meta's green by 1. Yeah, fucking Netflix is saying later. AMD. AMD did just move hard for no reason. I think that Tesla's doing exactly what we need it to. SPY's trying to break to the top side. Apple's trying to continue to come down. I'm long on Apple again since it just held this 184. And Netflix made it rain. We picked up those Netflix at 53. We're out of them at 74. Giving it to them on the bid. Don't give a fuck. We were out at 75. Got the fill. So I want to pick up more Tesla. By the way, those Apple 190s that the 190 calls that I just bought went from 100 and where the fuck did we buy these? 101 down to almost 82 and then ripped back to 119 within literally moments. So hold the fuck on when it comes to Apple. I feel like Amazon just has the ability to do what Netflix just did. SPY going to the upside, starting to. I mean, I like the fact that it's up there, but I want to be up and above that area. Exactly, 99 out of 100 times.
Now watch, Enzo. Watch these gaps between the Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq getting real tight, like.
Bro, I got a type B.
Nasdaq up 0.73%, the Dow up 0.54%, and the S&P up 0.59%. So if I see that S&P flip the Dow, Nasdaq dropping like a stone, might have a momentum shift here, guys, to the downside. Not to be the bearer of bad news. Just call them like I see them. You know what I mean? Straight shooter.
Shooter.
Bang, bang. Sure enough, on one butt cheek, it said HA, and then on the other one, PPY. Yo, turn your ringer off, homie. Now we got back to the upside. We got the Nasdaq pushing back up a little bit. The Dow falling. Dow and S&P holding right around 0.5% gains. Nasdaq up 0.59%. All three dipping here. When in doubt, buy a Bitcoin. That's what I say.
No. No one says that.
Right, the S&P flipped the Dow. S&P up under 0.5% now, and now the Nasdaq as well. We're going down. So the Dow now leading the way up 0.49%, S&P up 0.43%, and the Nasdaq up 0.39%. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about by now, you see how those three indexes just completely flipped. You had the Nasdaq far out in the lead, S&P in the middle, Dow the laggard. Now you've got the complete opposite. You still keep the S&P in the middle, which is a great gauge because that's usually where it floats, is between the middle of the Dow and the Nasdaq. Hey, that's just what I say, GTA. You know what I mean? Tiger don't change his spots, bro. It's Friday. Make sure, you guys, if you haven't done so already, make sure to hit that like button. As a matter of fact, smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Share this video with a friend. Tell him you got a pretty boy on camera over here. Maybe Italian. We don't know.
Maybe.
Get him over here.
Quite possibly. I'm buying the dip right now on Tesla and Apple.
Well, Sabrina, you know what they say, tomato, tomato. You know, is it advanced human imaging? Is it advanced health intelligence? We'll never tell. Pepperidge Farms knows. They ain't saying shit. Expedia making a move. Up over 3%. Bookings.com, a stock that I don't know if we've ever mentioned because it trades over $3,000 a share, but that's another one up over 11% today. The thing about that is with bookings.com, you get kind of a gauge on the whole travel industry. So I guess good news for if any of you guys are holding travel stocks, which could go from cruise ships, airlines, anything like that, hotels. Pretty boy Randy Stogner. Pretty boy Randy Stogner. No, I don't know if I would call you a pretty boy, Randy. I told you. I call you the evil villain from Terminator 2. We'll just leave it at that. Who also played the degenerate gambler on The Sopranos. So at least I give you the good credit, Randy. I give you the T2 credit. And not the degenerate gambler.
I want this Phil at Tesla 280 calls for next week at 100.
Okay, Girth Brooks ain't Italian, but he supports the cause. I like it. GTA getting those 3 black hearts. Good stuff. $9.54, 24 minutes into the day. We got the Dow holding up 0.4%, the S&P up 0.39%. Where you at, NASDAQ? And the NASDAQ up 0.37, so all within a 0.01% off of each other. You're steadily going down.
We just purchased those at 280 for next week.
That Icon Enterprises I was telling you about earlier, IEP, down now 27%. They cut their dividend by 50% today.
That's not good. They'll probably fly.
Italian, baby, Italian. It's like when you would tell your friend when you were little, you would point at your eye and you would be like, say what I'm pointing at, and then spell cup.
Jesus.
You guys didn't do that when you were kids?
Nope.
Then you punch the kid in the face like, why are you looking at me pee, dork?
I don't know that I ever had a kid looking at me taking a piss.
Well, they don't really do it. You trick them into saying it. Listen, we didn't have cell phones, bitch. We had to amuse ourselves with cigarettes and rocks and snowballs when we were on the bus going to school.
Okay.
So you had to find stuff like that to do. Like Butcher Baker, Punch Bugs, all that good stuff. 60 million volume on Nikola. So some of the reports I was looking at GTA, and that's kind of where I stopped because it says that there's a lot to dig into with this story as far as the CEO goes, as far as the earnings. And I think the numbers are out. At least the revenue I saw was out. The revenue loss wasn't nearly as big as expected, I believe. See, Bray knows what's up. See, we come from the same time. We come from the same era. Well, so it's funny that you say that, Girth, because I feel like the bullying that we did was more socially acceptable because there was lines in our bullying because, like I said, you push it too far, you got punched in the face. Nowadays, with keyboard warriors, that's where I think most of the bullying comes from, which makes it tough because there's no repercussions. Because I would say 99.753% of things said on the internet, those same people would never say those things to a person's face.
Probably not.
See, you missed you see, that's the Mandela effect, Bree. You missed a line there. It's I don't shut up, I grow up, and when I look at you, I throw up. Yeah, and then your mama comes around the corner and she licks it up. Enzo's like, what the fuck is going on? Why is this dude on here talking about?
No, I'm trying to figure out if we're going to hold right here. And I like the hold. And I like the fact that we wicked up. I want to see.
I know you have, but what am I? R.I.P., baby. R.I.P. He was one of the best. He was one of the best. Regardless of his little transgression that I don't even think was a big deal. Hey, the guy liked to play with popcorn in adult movies. Other than that, the guy was amazing.
Okay. A little weird, but fuck it. If that's all you're doing with your fucking Wednesday, dude, hey.
Yeah, he wasn't hurting anybody. The other guy did it, and it was funny because he was old. Did the same thing, and it was just like, oh, he's 75, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I think the big deal was like, man, this is Pee Wee Herman. This is Paul Rubens. Like, this dude can't, get no tail out in Hollywood. He's got a result of this. Like, I think that was the big surprise. I've never been to one of those establishments. I just assumed that that's what they were made for.
Mm-hmm. Right. So.
Yeah, Bree, that one stopped holding water when you got to about 13, and rubber started having a different kind of meaning. So if you tried to pull that one out on a teenager and you're like, I'm rubber, you're glue, blah, 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 they'd be like, oh, yeah? Well, that same rubber, you are, you can see where I'm going with it.
I bought 442 Netflix calls that are going off right now, like yesterday at some point. And I also bought 400 for next week.
Netflix, baby. Netflix and chill.
You want to?
Well, no, but I think we need to watch over the next couple months for, holy shit, Open Door and Redfin getting smacked. That's not good for real estate. Both down 22%. What I'm looking for on Netflix is I'm looking for them to try to pull out, what was that called? What was the Korean Squid Games? I'm looking for them to try to pull, because that's what they're going to have to do. They're gonna, if they can do that, if they're the only game in town, if they're one of the only quote unquote production companies that's able to put out content that can be sold to the American people from outside of the country, I think that's a big deal. But for every Squid Games, I'm sure you have 50 we don't give a shit about this kind of stuff. Netflix should invest in Shiba Inu. That would be one way they could go.
Don't make me fucking spit on you this early. Hold on. Grab my pockets while I spit in GTA's fucking mouth. Shiba Inu fucking. Think about how the conversation goes. Oh, I need to reload Shiba on my Netflix account. Who the fuck would ever say that? No one.
No, probably not. Another classic there, Bree. Nobody likes me, everybody hates me. Guess I'll go eat worms. What was that from, Bree? Super Fudge? Don't make me do stuff.
Don't make me do stuff. I don't want to do it. You're gonna yell at me. I just went long on Tesla again, 280s. By the way, my SPY puts are fucking tearing through the roof. We picked these somewhere. We picked these up at 36. They're at 73. We picked it up.
Oh, now CNBC 26 minutes later wants to come in with the exact same dialogue I delivered to you guys 26 minutes ago about the Fed. Literally verbatim. It's like this dude just listened to our show and then went on CNBC and was like, "Yep," saying exactly what I said. I beat you to the punch there, Schlitsky. I did, Bree. I got to send it to Enzo. I don't know if you sent it to Enzo. Cheers. It's 4:20 somewhere in Norwegia. Well, to that fact, GTA, I am surprised that we haven't seen a dedicated payment option with any crypto yet. I mean, we started talking about this a couple of years ago, and then when Elon bought Twitter, I think those discussions kind of heated back up. There was a lot of talk around Doge at the time, or something else, to be like a exclusive payment option. But I feel like in order for that, like outside of Amazon, well, Apple with their billion subscribers paid, you need massive amounts of transactions.
What's moving right now? Sorry,
what is? What's moving?
Nothing. I was saying what's moving right now.
Well, let's just look.
Everything's shitting the bed.
Nikki D asking about XRP.
Me.
I am not in any XRP.
I got enough for all of us, Nikki DY. Spy, give me a bounce one time.
I mean, I don't think XRP is going away or it's a rug pull or anything. I made a New Year's resolution to stop listening to dumb fucks that put ridiculous shit out there. And there's a lot of them when it comes to XRP. Yeah, a lot of people have that mentality, and as far as that aspect of it goes, Nick, I can get on board. But like Enzo will tell you my reaction to some of the price targets on XRP. I throw up in my mouth a little bit. As far as the utility of it, I don't debate that. As far as it going to $10 or $30 or $10,000 or all this other bullshit, I just don't see it happening. Until BlackRock gets involved, and then they'll do whatever they want with it. I've just grown very tired, and you know what? I can pride myself as well as Enzo and anything that we've been involved in of never guaranteeing anything, never misleading people and putting ridiculous bullshit out there with stupid looks on our faces to get clicks and shit. We keep it real. And you know what? You might be able to find more people watching someone else that comes on and lies to them every day and tells them bullshit, but that ain't us.
No, sorry, I don't have that in me. I don't like you guys that much.
And I just get angrier. I hate it because I get angrier, and the longer that I've known you guys and the more that I care about you guys and things like that, I can't understand why anybody would ever mislead their viewers. You know?
I've been trying to get people to click on my OnlyFans for, I don't know, about 3 weeks now.
Well, I told you, man, you got to do the...
misleading people. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, if you would have... I sent you a diagram of how to arch your back in the picture. And then look back at the camera.
Look, dude, I'm not 16 anymore. I don't bend like that. Oh fuck. ARGI. No, AGRI. All right, Apple, I'm ready for the bounce, big dog.
Market not knowing. NASDAQ right at even. S&P slightly above. The Dow holding on to a little bit of those gains, up 0.15%. And the difference in this right now is just Apple. Apple less weighted in the Dow, the highest weighted in the S&P and the NASDAQ, not the highest weighted in the Dow. So that's why we're seeing still the Dow clinging on to a little bit of gains. NASDAQ on pace for its worst week since March.
Ooh. Still up 15%?
Yep.
Stupid asses. If you guys fall for that shit, you're not paying attention.
I think you should be proud of those toes, Girth. In order to have good foot hygiene, it takes work. They don't just beautify themselves. So well done, Girth. You don't know how you do it, GTA? Well, it's proven if you don't use it, you will lose it.
That's true. Facts.
Third straight quarter for Apple with revenue falling. That may be concerning. The last 2 quarters, they kind of had still pandemic fallout in China to fall back on. I don't think they can do that anymore. But this guy says, you know what? I still got him outperform. I'm from Wedbush, and I'm going to put a $230 price target on it right now.
Apple's trying to get back over that 185.
And real quick, something I think maybe people that follow, that watch all these idiots on TV like me, a lot of these times, or even if you read it in print, when you have these companies, these financial and analysts that put out these price targets, think of them like you would a YouTuber or somebody like that. Because a lot of times they're doing the same shit. They're putting something against the grain or something eye-popping just to draw you in. That's all they're trying to do. There's no accountability. It's not like if you looked at this Wedbush, who just put this $230 price target, and you decide you want to invest with Wedbush, when that doesn't go to $230, they don't have to give you your money back and say we were wrong. They say, fuck you, pay me.
Suck my dick.
So it's like that Baz Luhrmann song. Be careful whose advice you take or buy, but be patient with the ones that sell it. And that's a fact, Jack. It's Friday. It's August. Let's go. Summer's almost over, guys. Gotta get things into high gear here.
I just want to.
There's a few ways, Girth. Yeah, it would be great to see that retail army, though, get behind something worthwhile. Like, I hate to say that, and don't take this the wrong way when I say it, but like, how about like a company that's like if retail took the time to find a company that's maybe on the cusp of curing a disease, but maybe is a little bit cash strapped, maybe has big pharma. We pick these fucking losers and we try to pump them. Bed Bath & Beyond, Redbox. I hate to tell you guys, AMC, it's a failing business. I'm sorry. Hate me if you want. Why not? Why doesn't retail get into something worthwhile?
They backed Palantir for a little bit.
For a little bit. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I can talk about the worthwhileness of Palantir. I mean, the easier it is for us to kill innocent people, the better, I guess, and the cheaper. Right. So they're good.
I mean, I'm good if you're good.
I mean, their technology ain't exactly saving any lives. I'll tell you that. That's true. That's true to an extent, Nick, but there's a lot of those kind of medical plays, though, that will get eaten up and they'll get swallowed up by the big companies without help from retail. And then I just think you lose bigger. And I don't think it's retail's responsibility to do it. I think it's a system designed to, just like everything else, keep competitors out of the market. Yeah, Dick's and BBW, but it's like, one's always up when one's down. Mm-hmm. You can't consistently bet on them. We've seen BBW fluctuate so much over the years, which leads to fluctuation in Dick's. And it's just not consistent. It's not consistent. Now, CCL and American Airlines, after that Bookings.com news earlier, I like both of those. Although I've been seeing a lot of, and maybe it's just my feed or something, but I've been seeing a lot of like terrible cruise line videos recently. Like not hurricanes, but just terrible storms on cruise lines and stuff like that, which I'm sure always happen, but yeah, that's true. That's true, Bree. But now, Nick, so let me just ask you this. So what if we had somebody like Ryan Cohen who can rally investors? What if we seen him get behind a medical stock that was on the verge of something big? Do you think that could spur a retail reaction in there? Or do you think that when we say retail, do you think the only thing on retail's mind is the short squeeze? It's not about saving companies or taking a company that's been beaten to the ground and bringing it back. Do you think it's just all about that short Let's make some money now off of this.
Make money now, probably.
That's what I tend to think, and I would say rightfully so, because even people that got into AMC and GameStop, not just to get rich quick, for reasons, whether it was they loved the companies, because there was a lot of people, especially people in my age range, that actually loved the company. Loved going to movies, loved going and physically buying games. So I think there was a lot of people that really wanted to save those companies. But here we are 3 years later, and it's still kind of dragging on. So I think as far as being, maybe I would think that retail feels powerless in that sense.
Good point. He's not wrong.
And the thing is, you can't say like, well, we're all still waiting for AMC to squeeze. And not saying that that's still not a potential or anything like that, but
waiting to Apple.
What do you call $4 to $72 other than a squeeze?
Getting dicked.
I mean, that's what happened. What do you call $20 to $300 or $480 with GameStop? Like, we've seen the squeezes happen. They happen. That's not to say they can't happen again, but they happen. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that, Nick. Retail as a mass force has definitely been gypped into the short squeeze stuff. In terms of individuals, absolutely, people invest in what they use and believe in. They just had some news too. Boeing, didn't they just sign a contract with somebody? They've got to play catch up. Once Boeing gets caught up, because they were hurt pretty significantly through the pandemic, especially with their when you're talking about them as opposed to like a car company. When they slow production on planes, now you're talking about, because they make so much fewer of them compared to automobiles. You know what I mean? That cut into their growth, cut into everything. Not that the government wasn't there to bail them right out, but
that's true. Apple is getting a bounce, so hold on to your shit if that decides to start moving.
Oh, damn. MF halted up. That mother. So Miss Fresh halted up at 194. What's the news here? Miss Fresh announces entry of share purchase agreements for financing and business acquisition. The Dow back up over 0.25% now. S&P getting close to it. S&P up 0.21%, and NASDAQ up 0.23%. So another momentum shift here, guys. We'll look for that NASDAQ to jump that Dow and then head right back up and then rinse and repeat. So again, when I'm talking about these trend changes that I see, it's not oh, this thing flipped, we're going to end the day red. No, this is what's going to happen over the next 20, 25 minutes, half hour. Which is exactly what we've seen. We've seen the NASDAQ go from a full percent up. And then when we seen it start dropping, we called it around the 0.72 when that gap started closing in, and then we seen it go all the way into the red. So you could have played that all the way back down, and then you see it shift again. Now this is nowhere near as specific as what Enzo brings to you guys. You know what I mean? This is more of an overall just kind of view of the market. But what's nice is that Enzo pinpoints exactly what's making those moves.
I like Apple over VWAP, and I'm looking at the 451s.
All right, watch this NASDAQ here to flip. Flip them.
I wonder if that's going to fill at 53.
So the NASDAQ and the Dow just about even now, both up just under 1/3%. So we're going to look for the NASDAQ to jump that first, then the Dow to hold, and the S&P jump ahead of the Dow.
Trying to take those to 51. And I took those for today.
What was that?
5 451s for today. But they're trying to fucking touch me on the option.
Was that up or down from here?
Up.
Yeah, I don't have to SPY up. I like it. And we got the first flip, the NASDAQ up 0.38%, over the Dow up 0.35%.
Fuck.
Now we need that S&P to slide right in the middle there.
Rat bitch.
Dow was a piece of bread, NASDAQ's a piece of bread.
Man, they're all pieces of shit.
S&P's that big old salami in the middle.
No. Just want to backhand the fuck out of these options. I don't know who the fuck keeps calling me, but like I promise you it's not today.
Not today. Today ain't the day.
Today, isn't it?
Okay, MF back open.
Fuck, man.
Look like it's going to be halted again up at 233. Not really that big of a day for Miss Fresh, only up 352%.
Only.
Yeah, halted to the upside, up 352%. Yeah, Holy MF is right. I told Enzo a long time ago we should just stop looking at real stocks and just buy tickers with funny names, and today would have been the day that we would have capitalized on that.
Right. That would have been terrible.
Yeah, right. We would have been balls deep in MF. Talking about let's go. Congrats.
Come on, give me that 51, you rat fuck.
Get that 351.
No, I want the 51 buy, or I want the 53, or excuse me, 51 buy at the 51.
Should be able to get it. S&P dipping. Oh, that's what Miss Fresh is? Chinese groceries? Oh, yeah. That's the kind of stuff Enzo likes.
What?
Chinese grocery distributors.
If they're doing bumps in the back, I'm down.
They're doing it in the front around here. I told you.
Right. I'm about that. I just want to see what the product's like, see if it needs to be monopolized. You know what? You rat bitch.
Oh, Booking Holdings hits all-time high.
Oh, does it? Okay, well, I am long. The chips are doing fuck all. I want to see the SPY continue to run back up, but we are long in those options, so we are. Let's see where those are. I hate this trading platform. What is this fucking thing called? Fuck this goddamn game. This thing is bad. Your shit. We got in at 50, 51. They're at 61 now. And that's a big ass position too. Fuck me, man. I just need to take that straight. Psych, bitch. Hodl. Watch this shit.
We're gonna go to the moon. That SPY call is gonna go ballistic as soon as Apple jumps.
SPY call?
Didn't you buy a SPY call? Wasn't that what you?
No, my man. No. We didn't just buy a call. No.
A position. Yeah.
I may have just oozed degeneracy right here. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I want to fly like you. What the fuck is that?
Only freaking Steve Miller Band, only one of the greatest guitarists ever freaking around. Was taught to play the guitar by the man that invented the electric guitar.
Did he just fucking really say that Steve Miller was one of the... Come on, man. Seriously?
Oh, the guy's amazing. The thing is, you can't judge just by their songs.
Just by their talent. By their talent, you'd have no idea.
But when you say, like, most people will say Eddie Van Halen because he does the most solos, the most shit where he shreds in songs. And I would have thought the same thing about Steve Miller till you see the guy in concert.
Let's go. Look at these fucking options running. Go ahead, I'm listening.
He'll make a friggin' guitar sing to you. I don't even know if he's still alive, but I seen him 25 years ago and he was freaking amazing. I think Les Paul taught him how to play guitar, pretty sure.
So now we picked up these options for 51. All you have to do, 1.02. Enter that bitch and take your money if it gets there. Ooh, I don't like that though. I don't like this. That needs to go through.
No,
and if it does, then we're good.
We're pumping.
We're taking our tits out, people.
We're pumping. NASDAQ cooking with grease. NASDAQ
making my way downtown.
Got a grease fire aisle 1 on the NASDAQ. Let's go. Wee-oo, wee-oo.
Tesla's starting to get it.
Arnie Palmy time. Who wants Arnie Palmies?
Yo, dude, call me, dude. It's like I'm in there, bro. I'm touching it a little bit too hard right now, honestly. Yeah, I'm just hitting the spot just where it hurts. I need this to go, baby.
I'll do it publicly too, since I did it to you earlier today. First time and probably last time in my life.
No. We can't play that. What?
Out props to Taylor Swift.
Oh, okay. See, I thought we were. Yeah, never mind.
No, I'm not a whatever.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, dude. Music, but fucking guy is pole riding Taylor fucking Swift this morning.
Listen, when people go out of
bro,
their way,
get your assless chaps on and like get the ball gag and shit. You fucking weirdo.
For people, I like it. I respect it. She didn't have to do that. That came out of her.
What did she do?
She gave. So, have you ever seen all the stuff that she does to fight climate change? The 50 tractor trailers.
Who gives a fuck? None of it's doing anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was being sarcastic.
Oh.
50 tractor trailers that drive city to city to put her concert on. She gave every one of those truck drivers $100,000 bonus just for doing their thing. And then she gave like another $20 million to like the stage work. Like she made sure everybody got blessed on her tour, which I'm sure happens. I'm sure it's a publicity thing, tax write-off, but hey, she didn't have to do it.
That's called a severance package or a gift bag from CEO, whatever the fuck it is.
It is, but those gift bags don't usually in the grand scheme of things, the people doing the behind the scenes work don't usually get that kind of credit. Though that usually that money would usually go to the Sony CEO or whoever the fuck whatever label she's on. So to see it actually go to the working people, that's nice. It's nice. Like I said, I don't like her music. I think it's whiny. I think she needs to get over it, find herself a man, grow up. But well, I never minded her before, Gina, and I told you
we're in the money, bitches.
Now what happened was, so Enzo, when the opposing team would take batting practice at that stadium I was running stuff at, they would play this shit music list to mess with them, and it included a lot of Taylor Swift songs, and it was like some of them are just horrible. They are just horrible.
Her music's fucking terrible, dude. You could do a lot. Like I could listen to a lot of shit.
Yeah, she's making billions. She's,
I don't give a fuck.
She makes a lot of money. I'm just saying she didn't have to do that. She didn't have
drip drop.
And I'm a big softy, Bree. You know that. So the first thing I immediately thought of when I seen that she was doing that for the truck drivers was my man D-Grade. So I guess I'm a little biased on the story.
Hey, look, dude. D-Grade doesn't want $100,000. DJ, like if D-Grade's sitting there and Taylor Swift's there, hey Taylor, I'm gonna tell you right now, babe. Shout out to you, but he's gonna want to blow it. So
no, he would not, because he would know that within 6 months there would be a breakup song written about him.
Right, but D-Grade likes that type of attention.
And as I've told Miss Gina, I'm pretty sure Taylor Swift was invented on an episode of Boy Meets World. So go back and watch it.
I think that was a boy that at some point.
No, it was a girl that started dating Eric. It was a girl singer who was popular, started dating Eric, and then she sucked because she was singing like real love songs about being in love, and she sucked. So her agent made her break up with him so she could write breakup songs again.
Market, you're starting to like really.
Oh, as far as I'll take Adele every day of the week. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm an Adele fan, Miss Hammond. Great minds think alike.
Spy's going to the upside, dude. Go through.
And as a matter of fact, to bring it back to the stadium, I loved anytime it would start raining, we played that Adele song. That was a good one. I enjoy it. Yeah, I think it was pretty awesome. Like I said, I'm sure other artists do this, and it's not a unique thing. And I get it. She's making hand over fist money, but
it doesn't make up for her being a cunt half the other time.
From what I know about her, one thing that I do respect, to play off the fact, like Gina said, her 12-year-old daughter loves her. I do think in today's day and age, she's a pretty good role model for all things.
Absolutely not, Miss Gina.
Absolutely not what?
Absolutely not. I don't know what she's talking about.
Looked like a cigarette. Or Miley Cyrus. Yeah, we had an interesting talk earlier this morning about Miley Cyrus.
No, dude, I fucking I escaped it, dude. I genuinely fucking escaped it. And now it's back.
We can't go there.
Party in the USA. Fuck.
But I'm currently working on a Hannah Montana conspiracy theory.
No, you're not. No fucking no, hell no. I'm not barking up that tree. This bitch is crazy. Yeah, no, I don't.
And she's a perfect example. Like I respect her now. I think she's a little bit more tame. But
no.
For a while there, Miley Cyrus, when you want to talk about role models for young ladies, she ain't
it. No. I'm a better role model for the ladies.
I don't know. It's good to see, especially I'm starting to, Nikki's getting to that age where these people that he watches on TV and YouTube and stuff like that, they're not just mindless entertainment anymore. You know what I mean? I got to accept the fact, like, the same way that I looked up to, I learned the facts of life, Enzo, from watching the facts of life. The same way I looked up to Alan Thicke, you know what I mean? Kirk Cameron.
No, I don't.
Well, you did. It was a different time. You see more in one day as far as media than I've seen my whole childhood.
Sure.
So it's easy. I guess it's probably a little bit more difficult now because you have so much, so much information thrown at you every day. But it's hard to not have people influence your life as far as celebrities and stuff. It's all, everybody said, there shouldn't be celebrity worship. There shouldn't be this. There shouldn't be that. But when that's what you consume, especially kids who spend a lot of time on screens instead of reality, that's what you think life is. Oh, Madonna is just the scum of the earth. In my mind, I have zero shred of respect. I think Miley straightened out a little bit. I think Miley, and I think too, with that, Jane, is I think it's got to be tough for a young lady that goes from a Disney type star and then grows into a woman and is in that kind of transition period between being a kid and trying to be an adult. So a lot of the stuff that I think that she did was gross, like the
Wrecking Ball.
The live performance with Alan Thicke's kid. Everyone's seen that when he was dressed up like Beetlejuice.
No.
Yeah. I think that's what he was going for. He had that white, what's his name? Robin Thicke? Robin Thicke? Is that his name?
Big Dick?
Robin Thicke, yeah. He'll always be Alan Thicke's son to me, but Alan Thicke played the dad on Growing Pains, for those of you that don't know. And that was his dad. But yeah, what was with the outfit that he had on, Sabrina? Was that a homage to Beetlejuice?
Microsoft is up. We did get that right.
Not to mention, Miley Cyrus had to grow up with Billy Ray as her dad.
What are you talking about, man?
Did you ever hear the story of, like, he was riding her on a four-wheeler, she, like, flew off it and smashed her head open, didn't have a helmet on or nothing, like, yeah. She told some pretty candid stories on Rogan.
The way you word things sometimes is incredible.
The way I word things sometimes? Oh, shit, why?
Just an interesting, clip it and ship it, boys.
Dick. All right, guys, it's 10:42.
Somebody give me something to like touch. I'm bored. Because I'm sitting here watching the day trade of my 151s or my 251s.
Touch that Tesla bounce.
What I'm also looking at, well, here's the thing, is you better fucking hope for all your sake that Tesla does.
You're already 5 inches deep in Tesla calls, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, I've been buying them for next week. I got out of the majority of my shit for the 262.5. So I took basically 80% of all my all of those. I took profit on my 275s, and I just cut my 295s at even. AMC. Tearing ass. Those Tesla 262.5s are $24 right now. Tesla, bring that ass here, boy. Woo! Bring that ass. I want to touch it. Making my way downtown. Touching ass.
Oh, everybody be sure to donate to the IRS tonight.
Please, God, no.
1.3 billion, I think it is. 1.25
billion.
Billion.
Tell them to suck it. I ain't doing
IRS.
it. I ain't paying that. Talking about the lottery?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, hey, Amazon is going to be our goddamn Lord and Savior. Can I get a home? Yeah.
I'm such a degenerate with that, too, now that you could buy lottery tickets online.
Yes, you can.
That's okay. My numbers are going to, I'll give you guys the lucky numbers right now. It's going to be 7, 8, 11, 14, 15, and the Powerball or the Mega Ball is going to be 11. 11 going to come up twice. My birthday, Nikki's birthday, and my mother's birthday.
Okay.
Those are the winning numbers. Either that or
have they ever won?
16, 42, and then the mega number 23.
Have they ever won before?
Those numbers have won. I didn't win with them. Those numbers actually won a couple times because they're the numbers from Lost.
What the fuck was I just trading? Tesla.
EVgo.
Nope, suck it.
Get in on that yellow short.
Oh yeah, that's what I want. It's another watt.
Get you some of that Tupperware short.
I'd rather chop my hands off and clap my hands with the nubs. Yo.
Long on MF halted again to the upside. It dropped a little bit, halted at 225 on MF.
Yo, I wonder if that just filled. Fuck yeah, bitches. Holy shit, I am way too far to the upside on Tesla. Oh yeah, that was a perfect bounce right there. I just bought 257 calls. I just bought those 257.5s. And I still have the, oh shit, I need to look at those. Where am I going?
So who do we have left for the big boys as far as earnings? Just NVIDIA?
Holy shit, these fucking calls are running. Those are already up 10%, and my SPY 451s are already almost up 100%. What was your question?
earnings that are still. Did we get Meta earnings already? I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe. Come on, Tesla, surprise the world. Take your titties out.
Yeah, I think Nvidia is the last big ones. Who am I forgetting, Nick? Besides AMC, GameStop,
I swear to God. If you say GNS, I'm coming down there.
I know we got Rivian next week. Upstart. Okay, yeah. How do you play into that one, Nick? How do you play? I guess. I mean, now what are they down 8-9% today? Last I seen. So it may dip to where you can play upside. That's so tough to play upside into that earnings though, with what they've done. I would love your thoughts on that. I know you've been all over it. I mean, it's also tough to bet against them when they've done that kind of run. That's kind of where it becomes a double-edged sword, right, Nick? It's like if the run was warranted, how do you go against that into earnings?
Fly in the face of danger.
Yeah, it's like a smile from a dog. Biggest profit beat since 2020 for Amazon.
Tesla, let's go. You won't do it. Bitch, what you gonna do? What? Eastside boys. Where you at?
What you looking for? That crucial conflict, LP?
Looking for AAIO.
AAOI.
Sure.
AOA.
Ayo.
Adrian!
Look at Tesla trying. It's so bad. It wants to go through. I'm already in the money.
Flight delayed 1 hour.
Good. You can go and watch me touch Tesla to the upside after it's touched me.
I'm about to pull a Krusty the Clown and call Nunya and have him put 50 on red for me real quick and lose 50
I already
did. Quick.
I told him 7.
Well, at least you're in Vegas, Nunya.
Well, that's fucking concerning on
Okay, Nick DePrima coming in with some breaking news. Mark Zuckerberg has revealed his McDonald's order: 20 nuggets, quarter pounder, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, apple pie, and maybe some side cheeseburgers for later. Seems to me like he's beefing up. Maybe he's got his sights set on somebody bigger. Maybe he's gonna fight one of those Paul kids instead of Elon. Those kids always looking for a fight, aren't they?
You need Jesus.
What do you mean? You don't need that?
Who gives a fuck about Mark Zuckerberg?
Listen, man, this is the stuff that's making headlines, baby.
Bro, I will spit in that fucking McDonald's.
Bombs on some country in Africa right now is what that headline means. It means, look over here, guys.
I will quite literally
bullish on McDonald's. Yeah, I mean, they got the Big Mac, we got the Big Mick. What you want, Nikki?
Yeah, and I got a big old dick. If you want me to put it on somebody's forehead, I can do that too. But like, that's bullshit. There's no way. There's no way anybody really gives a fuck about Dickhead's order.
The sad, hard truth is that there actually are people that do.
That's a fucking shame.
There's people. And it's a minority, but when you look at the sheer number of people that are just moronic and just follow celebrities. That's their life, is look for anything to come out from what they deem as a celebrity and then tell them how fucking great they are and put a bunch of stupid emojis and tell them, this is so great. You know why I like this? Because I've got kids and this is the same thing I order and people always tell me I'm fat. But see, Mark does it.
Yeah, well, you are fat.
That's how people do it.
If you're eating that,
they've seen them do it. Now, for me to get those burgers for later, well, the robot does it. Why can't I? Yeah.
Because he's a robot. Mike Wazowski.
Doesn't one of the Paul kids fight this weekend?
Yeah, I think he's fighting Nate Diaz or some stupid ass shit.
Is he fighting Nate or Nick? Nate?
Who gives a fuck? He's probably, I don't know.
Because either one of them in a real fight would destroy the Paul kid. And I think the Paul kid's got a little skills. I've taken heat for that. I think he's a little bit more than just a.
You're not wrong.
You know, I think he's more than just a gimmick. Like, and I give both of those kids credit. Say what you want about them, but they both put in the work to get not just where they were with their careers before they got into fighting and stuff, but then after that to get into fighting. It wasn't like they just felt entitled. Like, they busted their ass. That's training that I know I couldn't do.
AMC's going to $5. Make it holler. Clap it for the one time.
Oh, I like that shit. Nick. You got to drop me a link or something. Or I don't use iTunes. Let me know how I can pick it up.
iTunes? Is that even a thing?
I don't know. I don't use it. Whatever. Whatever. I don't know. When I listen to podcasts, they always be like, find us on iTunes or at your wherever you find your local podcast. Blah blah blah. Whatever. I thought it was still a thing.
AMC is $5 right now.
I'm confident I could take Zuckerberg, GTA, Elon. I just think he would pull out some Rodney Dangerfield shit on me. Like, I don't think Elon would fight himself, but I think he would have like he'd be weaponized somehow. Oh, home prices hit new highs. Hey, 30-year fixed mortgage hitting a new high, guys. There we go. Buy a new home now. Home equity hits near record high as home prices keep rising. So that's a terrible combination when you have interest rates going through the roof as well as home prices going through the roof. That is not a combination for success.
Probably not. No, that doesn't seem like it would be in your favor. I'm out of my AMC calls. I got out of them right when they broke up over 5.
He does have a black belt, Jane. You know who else has a black belt? Yours truly. Except mine's in karate.
I got a Gucci belt.
So I know how to do more than roll around. I just think that he would have something up his sleeve. Elon seems like that type. He probably could, but Zuckerberg, him too. I don't know. He might be a robot. I'd watch the fight. I ain't gonna lie. Nice, Nick. Nice. I got mine when I was, I think, 13. So I don't think it's really. Sabrina, I introduced Nikki to that show. So you can find it on the Roku live channels or the Amazon live channels. They play nonstop Celebrity Deathmatch on the one channel, and boy, that show was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was terrible. It
was pretty not just graphic, but like they took some like that. It was a pretty harsh show. No, and I think he might have one now, Jane. I know he's been doing the Brazilian jiu-jitsu, but I feel like when celebrities do it like that and it gets fast tracked, that it doesn't hold as much weight. Because I watched, I've seen videos of both of them doing jiu-jitsu, and it didn't look like any kind of fighting. It looked just like it's something else. Oh, it's just the sciatica, Girth? Well, you should come up here. I know a guy. He's a native, and he does holistic healing. He's also a chiropractor. He fixed me up with my sciatica. So, Nunya, I agree with that. The tough part, I think, is that as the value of houses go up, so does the rent. And the tough thing with that is you have so much property, so much non-commercial property owned by big business now. I mean, people are already priced out of. I've got a friend right now that's looking for an apartment, and it's like I just see him post online. Like, I haven't talked to him, but like the rent on, a 1-bedroom, 1,800, like just ridiculous amounts. So I think that's kind of where it hurts. And no construction. Like I mean, again, I'm just speaking from locally, but we're in the midst of a housing crisis around here, and we're getting flooded with immigrants from New York City right now, and there's no place for them to go.
It's your problem now.
Yeah, Florida's getting real weird down there, Nick. And you know what I found really strange, Nick, was that DeSantis and Gavin Newsom are having a debate in November.
Tesla's trying to put in some strong candles here, and the SPY is trying to break through the top of its day. Those 451s are looking really, really good. We bought them, at 51. Those are at 91. And we also, those were the 451s for today, and the Tesla 5 or 257s are up several hundred. TDS is trying to move.
No, it's not. It's not against Trump. That's what's weird, Nick. He's debating Gavin Newsom. Like what? I don't. I've never seen that in a election cycle in my life, where Newsom hasn't. I mean, unless this is foreshadowing Biden stepping back and Newsom becoming the candidate. Why would a losing candidate from the right debate a non-candidate from the left in the middle of an election cycle. That's what's strange to me.
Meta's trying to go to the upside. If we can get Meta to go, Meta's trying to go through some indicators here, and one fit right there. Now we need Tesla to follow, and then one other stock needs to move, and it is some bitches.
It's gotta move. Jane just slapped Streamlabs right in the face. Said, "Give me my grandma's."
Goddamn right.
Oh, that was GTA. Damn, I'm so used to it being Jane that smacks Streamlabs around.
Yeah, they're pretty beautiful, brutal to her.
Yeah, Newsom's in the Pelosi family tree. You know what? I've got no respect for Christie Jane after he did that shit with the bridges and stuff. And my memory is a little bit shot, so I can't remember the specifics about it, but I remember when it happened, and just being like, man, this guy is a complete POS. Well, that's what should happen, GTA. What should happen in America is on election day, everybody shows up to the polls and refuses to vote until they release the Epstein list.
Oh, that's a good idea.
What would they do? They would have to release
shit their pants.
But instead, we'll protest a burger spot or some bullshit over here. We'll protest things that affect 0.0001% of our population instead of doing shit about the stuff that affects every single one of us. And I'm not saying every one of us was, abused or anything like that, but the fact that we let this go on, the fact that it's still existent, the fact that people with money and power, it's just ridiculous. How do you charge somebody with sex trafficking to nobody?
It seems like a transaction.
Yeah. Until that comes out, I just feel like anybody protesting anything is just a hypocrite. You're just doing it to make noise. And the fact is, it's people from both sides of the aisle. That's the only reason. If it was one-sided, the other side would have leaked that shit out by now, but it's not. That Tate, he's just as big. He whether he committed a crime or not, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care. But I don't agree with anything that guy says. I don't agree with the way that he treats women. Maybe it's not a crime. That's not for me to decide. But I think just the little bit that I do know about him, I think he's an awful human. Oh, entertainment purposes, Jane, yeah, it would be must-see TV. No doubt about it. And I'll say this, I think he would give good pushback, to Trump, which we didn't see anybody. I mean, he didn't have any political history to fall back on. So in the 2016 primaries, obviously there wasn't a primary in 2020, but the 2016, nobody really had anything on him. The biggest thing that, as far as from a primary standpoint, as far as the Republicans, the only thing they had to come back on was, you're a cheat on your taxes, this and that. To his response was, I don't cheat. I do what you guys do. I follow the laws that you assholes put in,
Is there a reason why AMC is trying to go over $5?
I think it could be, Jane, but I think there's just as big of a possibility that I mean, we know about the times that he flew on the plane from Florida or from New York to Florida. And trust me, Jane, if he is, he should be exposed just like every single other person. There ain't a single soul on this earth that I think should be protected. But the other side of me thinks, Jane, if he really was on that list or is on that list, that the people against him would have found a way to at least leak that part of it. Because there isn't an attack out there that hasn't been done on him. Some of them I'm sure are warranted, some of them maybe not, but that would be my only concern with thinking that he may be on there. But again, it plays right into not who's on there, who else is on there. You know what I mean? Well, that's not what they'll attack, Nunya. You know that they'll attack. It'll be it'll be January 6th. That'll be the big one.
Meta's trying to go up, and at the exact same time, that's a beautiful play right there on those 451s right there. That's 100%. That was literally done between open today and like what, maybe 30 minutes ago. Meta's going to the top side.
Speaking of that, GTA, real quick, sorry to cut you off. Watch for the wild card. We may see at some point this year. I think it may push. That may be the October surprise next year. Is watch for when we need mostly peaceful protests to happen throughout America. Watch for the Chauvin verdict to get overturned and him to be freed. And that'll put the country into the turmoil that they need, whether they want to cancel the elections, make it that you got to vote from home or whatever. Just keep an eye on it. I'm not saying that's right that he should get it, but that coroner report is going to be what ends up setting that guy free, and it's unfortunate. Oh, Apple below the 50-day moving average for the first time since January. What says you to that, Enzo?
Oh, it's gonna fucking rip there. I tell you, it's a bold strategy for him here, Cotton. I'd like to see how it works out for him.
Yeah, I think that's somebody that really needs to be looked at, Jane. A lot of speculation that the divorce stemmed from things that may have revolved around that. But yeah, 100% big money, big blackmail, big. And I think 1,000% too that I think it's much bigger than the people that we think, the people that we identify with it. Like, Trump is always a name that comes up. And again, I'm not exonerating him or anything like that. I'm saying that I think the bigger players and how deep it goes, I think is one of those things. And I'm not trying to be QAnon-ish. I think it really is one of those things that would literally shock the world, if we knew how deep it really went and who the players really were. That's a good one, Nick. I like it. But so here's hypocrisy in that, Nick. And it's always used, and we're all hypocritical when it comes to it, because people will use gas, especially gas prices, when it comes to the powers that the president has. Both sides seem to use it when it's convenient. So like when gas is low, it's always, look at what the president did. When gas is high, it's always, well, the president doesn't control the gas. You know what I mean? Both sides do that shit, but I do like that meme. Well, that's the thing, GTA. We've all seen lists, supposed lists with, you know, full of celebrities, this, that, and the other thing. As far as to my knowledge, none of that has been, you know, confirmed or proven. And the fact is, the FBI got thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of surveillance footage from that place. When you're extorting and blackmailing powerful people for doing illegal shit with kids, you're recording it. That's how you get the blackmail. So it's not like, oh, well, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. No, there's plenty of evidence. But our corrupt ass system is concealing all of it. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's a good one there, Jane. So you know what's up, Jane. But you see what I mean, Jane, as far as the hypocrisy, because we do it. And in the grand scheme of things, I think when you put, you know, take everything else out of it politically, just talking about strictly the economy, I think when you couple that with everything else, you know, inflation, and again, pandemic changes everything. You know, it's an unprecedented kind of cycle of events that happen. So it's really hard to say what Biden's economy did coming off of that, how good Trump, you know, there's a big gray area there. But I think when you mix it with, when you have, okay, low gas prices, inflation, when you put all that stuff together, I think gas prices could be credited to an administration. But like you said, the president really doesn't have that say per se, but both sides use it to their advantage either way. Oh, the Koch brothers? Yeah, they're don't even go down that rabbit hole, GTA. Yeah, and I agree with you on that, Nunya. The sad thing is that that's what they ran on. So it wasn't unexpected. It wasn't like they said, you know, we're going to do all this stuff and then got in. Like, they let it be known. Biden let it be known that it's an attack on fossil fuels. So, yeah, to that degree, definitely. But on the plus side, they did replenish at least some of the reserves at a good time as far as pricing. I couldn't tell you nothing about Canada over there. That's a shame. I seen the Trudeau banned the U.S. to talk about his divorce or something.
Those Tesla 257.5s that we picked up at 145 or at 232. And I'm looking at shorting Netflix again.
Shorting Netflix. So the NASDAQ getting close back up to those daily highs, up 0.75% now. Do we stay here now, or do you think we see another reversal like we did earlier?
I think we see probably a little bit of downside.
We got the Dow up 0.5%, the S&P up slightly more than that, right in the middle, and the NASDAQ leading the way, up 0.75%. But if that starts moving the other way, I could see an opportunity if we do swing back to the downside. DraftKings Q2 results smash expectations. What's DraftKings doing? Up 6% now, but they were flying. They reached 34.41, 31, down at 31.91 now, up 6.5% on DraftKings.
I am trying to fill these Netflix 410s for next week to the downside.
All right, I'm gonna go grab some more coffee and let my dogs out real quick. Be right back.
I did just fill on Netflix to the downside, 122. 122 on the 410s. That would make a lot of sense if they ran it back to the 260, because that would take these options and run them back to excuse me, I'm retarded. That was Tesla's today. Give me the inverted head and shoulders on the 5. Tupperware is looking fucked. Yeah, this is why we took Netflix to the downside to the top of its range. If it breaks out, it's still already getting shit on anyway earlier this morning, so it's really pretty evident that Netflix wants to probably pull back. Biden starts a war with me. We lost no people. Trump never started any wars. Nice try. Just cited 2 clear examples. Get him. I've touched fucking Netflix so good twice now. Hey, GTA, how's fucking GNS doing today, buddy? I really don't know.
All right, what did I miss?
I missed a call.
You missed a call?
Yeah.
A phone call or a call?
Like a real call. Like a phone call. I am also picking up more.
Sabrina's dropping some Singaporeisms.
Oh, goody. My favorite.
Yeah, that's what's strange to me, Jane, is that Trump gets all these indictments and George W. is able to walk free. I don't know. I would say that Bush started that. Not Bin Laden's an easy excuse. Bin Laden didn't make up lies. Well, yeah, Afghanistan. Okay, I guess we might have actually thought he was really there. I give that the benefit of the doubt. So, we had to stay 16 years after we killed him. But
we were making sure that the soil set in.
But Bush straight up lying to the American public about weapons of mass destruction to invade Iraq is worse than anything the boogeyman Putin's done or anybody else. Yet he walks free. He's down there reading Super Fudge in a tree right now as we speak.
Yep. AMC is breaking up over $5, trying to go at it again, but having a double top at 405.
I would argue, though, that and you can debate who starts the war. I don't think that it's ultimately the president's call in any situation. But I would definitely argue that we're 100% in a war right now. Whether you want to call it a proxy war, whatever you want to call it, we've got boots on the ground in Ukraine. Therefore, to me, we're in a war, not to mention the proxy war we got going on down in Haiti. And coming soon, as I've told you guys for months, it's starting to heat up now. Africa will be the next setting stage. And I heard an interesting theory, not mine, that the U.S. is working with Russia. So there's some stuff going on down there, and what people are saying is that they're working with them to keep China out of Africa. So could be some backstabbing going on.
I blame Bush.
So, okay, to that extent then, Jane, who can you blame? Do we just say, well, it's okay that we made up lies to go kill 1 million Iraqis? No worries.
I mean, you
like
could.
I understand a president may not be directly related, to every decision, but at the same time, they need to be held accountable. Oh, the Bin Laden, Bree, you probably heard the conversation we had last week in poker about that. That's all bullshit. There's no way that Bin Laden lived past 2001. And again, we're just supposed to believe that the
Allegedly.
most wanted person, a person that we rewrit our laws over and took away freedoms over and started this bullshit war on terror over. Don't worry about it, guys. We killed him when we threw him out in the water. Don't even sweat it.
Isn't that what you do with your people?
That's kind of funny. Saddam Hussein, you let us watch him get hung live on TV. Gaddafi, you shoved bayonets up his ass live on TV. And in the last I checked, neither one of them attacked America. Do you guys remember the great Gaddafi invasion of 86? No, it didn't happen. But yet that guy, we had to publicly show his murder. Bin Laden, don't even worry about it, guys. No worries. So I'll agree with you on that, but then okay. And I'm not trying to be argumentative, Jane. I'm just saying I think more specifically you could blame Cheney, but it's just like kind of like any business where it's like you have to, especially when it's guys that get put in. Like Bush chose Cheney. You know what I mean? Just the same, whereas like if Trump chose somebody that did something or Biden chose somebody, yes, we could blame that person, but then ultimately it still falls on the person. You know what I mean? Just like how managers are held accountable, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I think there's always other people pulling the strings. I think Bush was a puppet. Like how much he knew or how much he was involved, who knows? But I think it's fair. I think it's fair to group stuff like that in against an administration as a whole that just happens to be led by that president. Well, yeah, but we're seeing the so put the pieces together, Jane. We're seeing the exact same thing going on in Ukraine now. It's just that BlackRock has a different name now. When it comes to that, you have BlackRock, you have Vanguard, Cheney. We all know how invested Cheney was in Halliburton and companies like that. So yeah, 100%.
I bought Apple 811, Apple 190 calls at 74.
Jane, maybe even the old man. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut it off there. Thought you were still looking.
You're good. 74 a contract and 190 calls for next week on Apple, and I got more Tesla. What the hell did I get? I got Tesla. What? Tesla 300s for the 18th. Market looks like it's going to go to the upside still too.
Friday. It's got to go to the upside, man. It's 11:30. We're feeling good. We're looking good.
I mean, I'm dead ass right now, looking great.
And Jane, so I think that's part of, if hypothetically, if these indictments don't stick and something like that, I think the Democrats are shooting themselves in the foot then if this stuff doesn't stick. Because then what people look at, somebody that's on the fence, people look and say, well, Bush was a war criminal. Clinton was a war criminal. Bush's dad was a war criminal. Obama was a war criminal. None of these guys have even gotten questioned, let alone prosecuted. And they're coming at, so it portrays that Donald Trump is an outsider role. You know what I mean? And it just fires up that base even more. And I think that there's a little bit of credence to that on the outside for people that just kind of follow the bare bones of stuff. I could understand that outlook. I could understand anybody's outlook because we only perceive the reality that's around us. So if the only Trump stuff that you've seen are when he's talking shit and saying mean stuff, yeah, you're gonna have a bad opinion on it. That doesn't mean that your opinion of him is wrong. That's your opinion. That's and some people have different. But I just feel like there's that leads into because there's so much corruption on both sides of the aisle and we don't see any accountability on any of it, and then we see the weight of the world come down on Trump. Now, again, whether he deserves it or not, that'll be settled in court. I'm just saying the optics of it is that the DOJ is weaponized. Whether it is or not, again, that's up for debate.
Tesla's trying to move up. Our 257s that we bought earlier are yeah, we were in at 145. They're at 234. I'll be on it. If you want me,
I would love to see that video, Jane. I've never seen any video of the ship. I've seen video of the raid. I never seen any video of that. Not saying it doesn't exist. But if anybody here thinks that Afghanistan was about catching Osama bin Laden, I got a whole bunch of waterfront property over there in friggin' Arizona to sell you.
I'd like to go and assume that it was about real estate.
I'm going to assume first and foremost that it was about the military-industrial complex. Look at the money that was spent over there. That's first and foremost. I'm going to go ahead and say that us taking control of roughly 90% of the world's opium production, and just coinciding with the biggest opioid crisis in American history happening. I don't think that was a coincidence.
That's some good shit.
I think at the peak of our occupancy over there, Afghanistan supplied something like 93% of the world's heroin.
Hell yeah. That's China white, bro.
But now that could have been somebody working against us. So if you go back to the opium wars between, I'm going to butcher this, the UK, Britain, and China, where basically they pumped opium in and like, for lack of a better word, just mucked up a whole generation. I mean, maybe we did that to ourselves. Maybe it was an outside force. Some people think that that's the fentanyl thing now, is China playing an opium war type situation with us.
China's been shipping in drugs for years. It's only become weaponized whenever it's too strong for the street population to go and be able to handle it.
Yeah, I don't have the answers on that. I just I don't know. Yeah, I think we had reasons. I don't think that getting bin Laden was one of those reasons. TikTok is payback for the opium wars. Yeah, I mean, history repeats itself. You know, that's a fact. Yeah, but how it works, Nick, how they control the world is if you look at the payrolls of those companies, if you look at who gets the bonuses from those companies, you look at who sits on the board of those companies. Um, I agree, but then so the counter to that, Nick, is then you look at a company like BlackRock, who estimates go between 12 and 15 trillion of assets that they manage, and then you look at a company like them who they're intertwined with the military industrial complex. I agree, and I would like to think that it's a front, because if people seen that money and put two and two together, it wouldn't work. I mean, everybody would just, because I'll remember the day that the invasion, whatever it is, the day that the Russia Ukraine thing started. Me and Birdie talking about it right when it happened, 5 o'clock in the morning, and we're talking about aside from the what's actually going on. We were a financial channel. We had to look at that end of it. And the one thing that's constant is the war machine, but their price action would beg to differ. So I agree. It doesn't make sense in that aspect, and maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe my suspicion would be that the money paid out in bonuses and stuff like that keeps the value down, if I had to guess. And I mean, if you were able to show me any of these places that we've gone into and we made them a better place, I'd be all for it. But if you look at Iraq, you look at Afghanistan, you look at Libya, we come, we see, we friggin' cause havoc, and then we leave, and now you can buy a person for $4 in Libya. And that is not an exaggeration. You can literally go to Libya right now in an open market on the street and buy a human for $4.
That's pretty dope. You can get a lot done that way. Not so much good, not so much for the human rights side of it.
On Barron's, it says AMC's market cap is $7.44 billion. I wonder. No, that still wouldn't make sense. I was going to say, are they combining AMC and Apes market cap? But that doesn't make sense. Apes market cap's 1.69 billion, and AMC is 2.5, so that would still only be. What did it say it was? It would still only be 4 point something. It wouldn't be 7.4 billion. I think they got a tough road ahead, GTA. I really think it's the time that they need to. How's it go when the rubber meets the road? I don't think they can just rely. I've yet to really hear any statements out of them. Maybe I missed it in regards to this strike. but you don't have movies. You don't have movie theaters. As shitty as that is. GTA, I think all that stuff's going to calm down. I think that I think outside of the big issues, the Bud Light thing, the ones that really made headlines. Again, I don't think that the people pushing this narrative got the reaction that they wanted. I don't think that Americans are as hateful as the people that push that divisive propaganda would like to, maybe on social media and shit, maybe that minority is. But the truth of it is, I think they realized that it's not going to be an attack on gay people. It's not going to be a now we hate gay people. It was when it comes to both sides of whatever issue you want to have. I think one side was just, okay, leave the children out of it. And certain folks on the other side of the issue kind of hijacked the issue and tried to do it just to get a reaction. I don't think that it was really genuinely to do it other than to get a reaction. I think it failed. I think that's one thing. As divided as this country is, I still think that we're not as hateful as they'd like us to be. Maybe we get to that point, but I don't think we're there yet. Things are getting strange down in Florida, though, I gotta say. And I'll be the first to admit, during the pandemic, I thought DeSantis was doing a good job. I liked him kind of shaking things up a little bit. But I think now it's become a pissing match of how extreme can we go. I'm not saying that schools are perfect and there's some stuff that could be changing, but and I only know this from our good friend Nikki D, but like banning what was it? AP psychology, because he doesn't agree with it. Like that's not good. And it's a weird dynamic setting up with him and Newsom, I think. Yeah, but I don't think it's genuine, Nick. I don't think it's genuine at all. And I think I'm a pretty lenient guy on most stuff as far as separating the intent from the what actually happens. So like Obamacare, good example. I think as far as Obama goes, I think his intent was great. I think he really wanted to get affordable health care to as many people. Like I think the intent of him behind it was 100% genuine. That it was to better. How it turned out, I don't agree with. But as far as his intent with that, and I don't feel that with DeSantis. I feel like it's, like I said, a pissing match of just making that's not what we need. We need someone that's going to unify. And I'll tell you, that's why I like RFK, because I know a lot of people don't like what he has to say, but it's not it's a kind of admitting evil on both sides, which you don't see. So it does scare me, Nick, because it feels like DeSantis is pushing this, like I said, for other reasons, to spur either hatred, division, whatever. And that's just the feeling I get. I think I think especially some of the early stuff was easy to agree with, but you should have been listening. So I started listening to him about 7 or 8 years ago, Nick. I became a kind of a fan of him, and not really for anything political. I was interested kind of in what he was doing, and this is way before COVID or any kind of vax talk like that. I found him very interesting, the work he was doing, and the stuff that at the time was proven, because it wasn't like he was just a blowhard who was telling me what was wrong. He was showing like why mercury was taken out of a lot of vaccines, that he sued the manufacturers and got the mercury, like not him personally, but he represented people that sued these drug companies and actually made change. Didn't just talk about it, actually did stuff, and was still in but his voice was way worse back then. Way worse. He had a surgery within the last couple years that made it, actually, believe it or not, it's actually a lot better now. No, I respect that, Nanya. It feels like it's got to the point of fake outrage with DeSantis, and whether that's just to stay relevant on the hopes that Trump isn't able to run, I don't know. Obviously, you guys live in it, so you would know better than me. I just kind of get that feel. I get that feeling that like there's an ulterior motive. I don't know. Like, didn't you guys make it like open carry without a permit or anything down there too now? Is that what's going on, Enzo? Oh, Enzo out back taking a shit. Yeah, and I think there's only been, what, 6 reported manatee, 6 reported times of a manatee killing a person. Or is that a kill? What did I just see? Maybe it was killer whales in captivity. That like 6 people have been killed, and the one whale, I think, killed 4 of them. Yeah, I mean, so that's where it's, I guess, a bit of a gray area. I mean, I understand the constitutional, but at the same time, like, and this is where it's tough, because a law isn't necessarily going to stop a criminal or a mentally, like, I don't have the answers. Orca whale, yes, that is what it was, Jane. You're right. I think they said there's been 6 reported humans that were killed by orcas, and the same orca killed 4 of them. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, and I agree with that sentiment, Nanya. My problem is mental health is so out of control. Like, and I drive around a lot. I see minimum 100 people a day that I could say have no right under a constitution, under a 10 commandments, under anything else, to be carrying anything more than a pea shooter. And I mean a literal pea shooter. Like, that's what's tough. But then the other side of that, Nanya, is if that person is so mentally unstable, if they wanted to carry a gun, they're going to do it anyways. So I get it. That's one thing I I don't claim to have any answers on. I really don't. I think the overall issue is definitely a problem, but I don't think that it can be, I don't know. That's crazy. And I always wonder about that, Jane. So you hear about the stuff that our sea creatures are eating and how they eat plastics and how that metabolizes and different things like that. Like that has to affect behavior, stuff like that. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Nanya, and that's in part why, and maybe there's an answer to this that I don't know, but that's in part why I don't understand, and I get that they have some power, the lobbying power that they have compared to the medical industry and stuff like that is pennies on the dollar when you're talking about the NRA. I don't understand why they get blamed for everything. As far as what I know about the NRA, they preach safe gun control, how to use gun, things like that, which I think should be a thing. If people want to have a weapon, they should also have access to the training to use that weapon. Oh, 100%. 100%, Jane. It's stuff that probably wasn't, and never will be studied. Certain effects of, GMOs, things like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that kind of plays into back to RFK for just 1 second. That's one thing that I disagree with him on, is that he doesn't look at the at the total picture. So it's easy to blame certain things because I think everybody would agree. Statistics show, autism rates up, things like that. But I think to focus on one thing is disingenuous, because I think like what you just said right there, Jane, I think all of that plays into it. The foods that we've been eating over the last 40 years, as preservatives got more, as GMOs, things like that. Stuff like that could very easily be causing a lot of this, and it might not be a single issue that you can just pin down and say, this is why this happened. No, this, and this combined is why we're here, would be a better way to look at it, in my opinion. Well, that's what I was saying, Nick. Like, okay, so New York did some scandalous shit, and they changed the way to get your concealed carry permit. They changed the way they made it literally almost impossible, where you have to get I forget the exact numbers, but it would work out where you would literally have to go like every day for a month straight for like 5 hours in order to get certified, and you only had like a month to do it. So right before that passed, we seen a huge uptick. Everybody I know that was interested in it went and got one, because you were able to get it the old-fashioned way, and now they made it much more difficult, which I think is stupid, because even a good guy or a bad, however you want to classify it, if somebody wants a gun for protection, they're going to get it. So they should have access to that kind of like safety training, stuff like that. Yeah, that's why I love this time of year, Jane. I've been eating fresh out of my garden, and I just feel better. Even eating fresh cucumbers twice a day, fresh peppers, tomatoes very soon. Yeah, and then the tough thing, on that 3M stuff, it's like I guess it's wrong to say that these companies aren't held accountable, because financially, they pay the fines, they pay the lawsuits, but it doesn't ever seem to fix the problem or stop the problem from happening in the future. It's just pay a fine and move on. I mean, I think too, on the gun stuff, I think going soft on criminals hasn't helped at all. And, hearing that crime rates are down, that is bullshit. Okay, because you don't arrest people and convict them, they're down, but there's no punishment. There's and people see it. We had another one in my city last night. Police man killed a shooter, perfectly warranted shot. Guy opened fire on 3 cops and ended up dead. I still haven't seen the name. It's probably another friend that I know, and I had another one that happened to a couple months ago. I don't blame the cops. I don't, but I think it's that reasoning of there's no, you know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. Yeah, I think the safe handling of guns. I mean, the number of accidental, the number of people shooting themselves accidentally. That happens quite a lot. We all remember Plexico Burris. Oh yeah, that's a whole other thing. Like I just had to do that here, Nanya. Like, I'm all for taking the course. Like, I had to take a course to, and I don't even technically need it yet. I don't need it till next year. But you got to take like a boater jet ski safety course to have like a license to like drive a jet ski. Like, you think you can be 12. You only got to be 12 years old. It's nice. Like, you should take it so that you know what you're doing out there. But should I have to pay $75 for it too? Like, and there's some people that have the view of, the owning a gun should be treated like driving a car. Like, you have to take a test to do that. Again, I don't know the answers. I think gun safety is important. I think it should be talked about more. I think the upside of that is I think people wouldn't be as scared of guns, because you gotta think, and this is off the top of my head, so it's complete bullshit, but I would say at least 50%, right? If not higher, of a criminal using a gun does not want to use that gun. You know what I mean? Is using that gun as a tool, not as, and maybe I'm off on that. I don't know a criminal's mentality, but at least if you were in that situation and you felt a little bit, you might be able to handle yourself differently. Instead of every crazed maniac, instead of blaming that crazed maniac or those psychedelic pills that we pop out to people under the guise of mental health. Instead, we blame the object. It's the gun's fault. Guns, 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 guns. $12 noon, guys. Roll right over into Trader Lunch. How about some positive news? Let's talk some good stuff. It's lunchtime now. Let's ease back. Let's take a load off. We're gonna listen to a little bit of easy jams here at OTC. Come on, who's got some good news for me? Somebody start it off. We need something to build some momentum. Nothing, huh? Well, I think the reason for that, Jane, is we treat symptoms with it. I think we treat symptoms and we over medicate. We don't get to the root of the problem. I think over medication is the number one answer there. And again, now I'm not saying that everybody can be fixed without the help of, balancing some stuff. But, if you remember, this happened in the last 6 months when they came out and said that there's absolutely no correlation to depression and chemical imbalances. And that's what we were told for years. So I think that's the reason. I don't think it's the lack of funding. I think we fund plenty, but I don't think that people are I think that if instead of talking to psychiatrists, well, first and foremost, it's the family, and it's not just because parents are deadbeats. It's because some parents work 2-3 jobs, whatever the reason. And I think now, Jane, it's a lot easier for somebody who's, say, confused or looking for answers to life at a young age. It's a lot easier for them to be corrupted by the internet in any direction, whether it's down a porn addiction, whether it's down a drug addiction, whether it's down a whatever. I think it's so easy, especially for kids, looking for an outlet. And then what happens is they get diagnosed with stuff that you look at the ADHD, at all this stuff that's ramped up. And I'm not saying that they don't have it, but instead of trying to figure out why are they getting this, what can we do to prevent this, start with simple stuff. The first step shouldn't be, here, take a pill. It should be, okay, are you playing a sport? Are you involved in physical activity? Do you get out of the house enough? Are you socializing with people? Are you... Well, yeah, that's we have that around here, Nanya, and that's double-edged sword again, because I think we have a lot of shootings around here, Nanya, where nobody gets shot because they're such a bad shot, which is great. But then the other side of that is eventually, and I'm not saying that that it's acceptable for the person they're shooting at to be shot. I don't mean it like that. But I mean, completely innocent victims, end up getting shot through houses, stuff like that. Yeah, that's and that's a talk that I think needs to happen, Jane. I think you bring up a great point. I think it's an angle that's not discussed in a good way. Because I think it becomes I don't think people, I think that just even that term kind of has a stigma to it, to where people automatically assume like they're going somewhere to be mistreated and locked up and stuff like that. And I think that they need to be brought back in a different way. Arctic Fox, my man, great to be here, buddy. I love it. I miss you guys. But yes, you have a great weekend, my friend. Enjoy. And I think we've babied ourselves down, Jane, to where whether it be parents, caregivers, whoever, can't always see what's best for the person. You know what I mean? And again, it's not from lack of empathy. It's not from them being. It's just I think now kids, young adults, they get catered to so much that parents and, like I said, people are afraid to say no and afraid to put their foot down. And I'll tell you what I think a big part of that is. I think a big part of that is the divorce rate in this country, the number of kids that are born out of wedlock or even out of a relationship. Because I think what happens is I think if you do have a situation where both parents are in the picture and it happens to be a joint custody situation or something like that, I think then it becomes even more prevalent for parents not to say no, because there's that almost a competition of who wants to be the cool parent, And again, I don't think any one of these single issues, like there's no single issue that we could be like, okay, if we fix this will just, it's just a combination of all this stuff over time. And I sound like an old man saying this, but this is stuff that I've observed throughout my lifetime. So I'm not completely talking out of my ass, but again, what I observe is just my observations, my perspective on life, the life I've lived. Every single one of you guys has a complete different perspective. And I love it. I love being able to have these conversations because there's not a lot of places to have these kind of conversations. So we got the S&P and the Dow both up 0.58%. The NASDAQ still cruising up 0.79. Hasn't got back to those highs from earlier, but still cooking. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I have to go pick up the boy. And I'm not sure where Enzo's probably taking care of some stuff. Market's still cooking. Everything up, let's see, the S&P and the Dow both up 0.6%. The NASDAQ getting close to those daily highs, up 0.85%. So keep an eye on that. Tesla's gone back into the green slightly. Apple's still down at 3%. Amazon holding 10.5% gains. So we'll see if this holds. I mean, we've seen just about a % swing on the NASDAQ today. But like I said, we're getting right near those daily highs. I love it, Jane. I love it. I love it. Now I'm gonna go find I got some kind of Tesla clothing here or something I'm gonna go put on. Let's go. I like it. All right, I shall return.